Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. It is 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, the 26th of March, 2026. Well, looky there. So this is my virtual trading journal. Let me just see if everything's streaming along here. It looks like so. I think the stream is trickling down the hill, so that's a good thing. Now, what is a virtual trading journal? Well, I don't multitask well, and so I've adopted this process, which is I capture everything on my screens in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. I trade live. And I trade a live account funded by me with AMP Futures. Now, I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, and that's not the intention. There's also a disclaimer in the description here. But as I said, I do trade live, and I narrate the entire process from anticipating a trade, what setup's going to be, what the trigger is, when I enter, trade management, etc., because this is my trading journal. So what good would it do me to hide something from myself? Stupid, huh? There's no intention of my way or the highway here. This is what I'm doing at the moment, how I'm trading. And I really appreciate likes and subs. On YouTube, I'm not monetized in any way, and it's just nice to have some camaraderie. And also, it's really nice to have participation in the chat. And if you see something that I'm doing that looks stupid, or that you've got a better idea, point it out. This is a group cause here. My intention is this is my business. I approach trading as a business of probabilities. And I am continually striving for a consistently profitable business. And so any suggestions, well welcome. And, as luck would have it, surprise, surprise, we're going to open in a gap down again. Jesus, what a mess, huh? Here's the overnight session. This is Bookmap. This is where I execute live trades. This is the opening print. This is Blue Boy, which is just a vertical line I put on the first print of every session. Right here, vertical line. And then that gives me a visual clue. I glance left, and if I see that line, I know I have the entire session in view. Here's active trade. Here's the live market current, and there's our opening print. So look what's happened all night. We got up to a high of the 46s, and we're down at the 73s. So 80 points. Yeah, it's just stellar, huh? What to say. So anyway, first of all, let me point out about the gap. I approach a gap as follows. The high or low of the previous RTH session, which happens to be right there, low from yesterday, and wherever we open today. So I've already put the gap high up here at the previous low. Wherever we open today will be the gap low. That's just how I do it. So shoot your best shot. Okay, the next thing let's do in the normal course of events here is the numbers, and they are, I use two news sources, investing.com and Financial Juice. Investing.com as my older one, and it is focused on traditional economic numbers and reports that we have been used to for years. Today, we have initial jobless claims. It was a 3-star. It's basically flat. This is not really exactly accurate. There's some discrepancy here, but you see that previous was 205,000. Now it's 210. So that's not an improvement. It's an improvement because somebody cooked up, in my opinion. Well, let's make a high, if I make a high estimate, a high forecast, it's always going to be a positive number, isn't it? Know what I mean? So that's that. You'll notice that this can be, first of all, both of these sources can be filtered any way you'd like, wherever you are. If you're in Kuala Lumpur and you want to follow the Nikkei, there you go, filter it out. The event titles, you'll notice, turn into URLs. So if you don't know what the initial jobless claims is all about in the US, you can click that button, or this link, I'm sorry, and it will tell you all the recent the recent ones and who puts out the number and everything about it. Pretty handy. We also have an earnings tab up here. These are still people that are releasing earnings here. That little sun is before the open, and the quarter moon, if there was one around here somewhere right there, is after the close. So I'm not paying attention to earnings right now, because all the Mag 7 and the big guys are out of the way. Yeah, so that's economic calendar based on investing.com. Traditional stuff, jobless claims, non-farm payroll, GDP, PMI, all those things. Now here we have an unusual one for the investing.com. Typically they don't pull any of this kind of thing into their schedule unless it's been scheduled well in advance. Obviously this has, and yes, it is definitely a possible 3-star disruption to the market. So you need to really take note of that. Any of those things. And it's not a political comment, it's a fact. The news cycle and that we're in, these tweets and things, like what was it, Monday morning, he comes out makes a statement that is not based in truth whatsoever, and the market goes up 150 handles in a 5-minute bar. There you go. This is financial juice. It is, again, got a similar function over here. Something's going wrong here that I don't understand. These are completely out of sequence, and I'm not sure why. 20 should be way below here, and 1400 ought to be in the middle down here, right? It's not up here at the top of this list. I don't know what's happened here, but it's not very good. And what I was going to say was, the reason I keep track of financial juice, they pull these sorts of things into their calendar, which typically investing.com does not. And again, it's not political, but it is very definitely a potential risk to our markets and our auction. And, in this day and age, this news cycle, we are, as traders, we are really risk managers. Your ultimate directive as a trader is to preserve your account. And the only way you can do that is to manage your risk. If you don't know what risks are coming, how can you manage them? There you go. Now, I just found out something this morning that I had never done before, and I was curious. This sale they've got over here, I wasn't aware of how expensive this crap is, but take a look at this. This will shock you to death. I'm sorry that I didn't have this on the right window, I think. I just realized that. So here's I'll go through this quickly again. This is investing.com. They turn into URLs. You can filter for them. I'm amazed I didn't do that right. Sorry about that. And here's financial juice. Same story. Watch this. This has shocked the hell out of me. $11,000 subscription? What do you get for that? I don't know. $1,000 they want. And I guess that's a monthly subscription. I don't know if it's, never pay again. Okay, so it's a lifetime access. Jesus, that's amazing to me. I didn't realize that it was so expensive. I keep them all free, both of them free. And that's why there's all these, ads flashing around everywhere. But I think that it's important for anybody that comes to the stream to be able to try to use the same resources I do if possible. Anyway. Let's get on to the pre-market now that shock's over with. So here you go. Investing. This is Investor RT, which is my charting. First thing you might want to know is that all of these Investor RT charts in the header, you can see the chart name, which doesn't matter to anybody but me. Most importantly, you have the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can see exactly what you're looking at without, and there's a watermark and all that stuff. But in case there's any confusion. And here we have a Rinko MES, which is what I'm trading. And there's just basically straight down all night. Resulting in a gap unless something miraculous happens in the next few minutes, which is highly unlikely, I think. Here we are. Here's the overnight. This is the ES market profile chart. I don't change it back and forth. This is the NQ, the micro NQ. And this is my higher time frame chart, which is we refer to it as a micro composite. It is a daily chart. So each one of these candlesticks is a day. And it's the day session, or the RTH session. The way this works is wherever price overlaps here, I draw a volume profile around them. And that generates a volume profile or a micro composite VPOC, point of control. These high and low volume nodes, which are just high and low nodes in this most current volume profile. Those high and low values push the book map automatically, as do the session prices up here. Excuse me 1 minute. Okay, sorry about that. I hit the wrong button too. I didn't even mute it. I was in such a hurry to grab the Kleenex. Sorry about that. So micro composite. I also track the same configuration here in the minis as I do the micros. So because I trade back and forth between the two. At the moment, it's micros. What are we doing for volume this morning? Oh, fairly light and 2 points on the ATR. Be careful about that one. There is so much uncertainty and manipulation going on. It's just staggering. And blatant, they don't seem to care. That's the part that's, I think, more concerning to me, is that they don't mind just, doing it right out in public. It's weird to me, really weird to me. So here's Bookmap. This is, again, my execution platform. Now, if you're not familiar with Bookmap, right to left, the dome, the price ladder, the order book, pick whatever you want to call it. Hey, Antonio, bon dia. To the bang. Craziness, huh? Another gap down. What a surprise. There was traffic last night that I saw that the White House or whoever, the administration, briefed Congress, closed door briefing about what one congressman alluded to as a ground invasion in Iran. This thing is spooling out of control, and this Hagseth guy is further out of control, so I don't know where it's going to happen, but I guess we better get used to gap down, I think. Anyway, so back to the pre-market here. This is the dome, the price ladder, and these are resting liquidity. These are limit orders. These are not executed trades. These are limit orders. Here's the micro composite columns where I've entered the POC, and then, you know, it will be the gap high this morning, and the gap low is going to be down here wherever we open. These are the high and low volume nodes, which push from the micro composite to bookmap. And the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. RTH volume profile and delta will reset this morning at 8:30. Fingers crossed. This is my statistics column, which is pretty important to me. And these are the session prices for my RT, pushed from my RT. And I share these with anybody that would like them. Just drop, you know, like, subscribe, drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with a link. That's start pushing these at 1700 on Sunday night continuously through 1600 on Friday. And I also, besides here locally, I push them up to Google Sheets or whatever it is, Google Drive. And so what I share is a CSV link that you can use to populate your cloud notes or the indicator or whatever program you use. And you want these prices. There you go. Free, no problem. This is the heat map or the chart. I don't use any indicators. I only use session. Let me just turn off where'd they go? The price lines. There we go. Those are just price lines from when we have the, and they are driven by the same data as these cloud nodes. But I have a POC for the full session, or for the RTH session, excuse me, a POC for the full session, which is a more muted yellow, and you see that it just shifted down here right now. Nothing more complicated. A POC is simply the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 92 quarter, we've traded 2,651 contracts. You see it jumping up right in front of us. That's the most traded price. The minute one of these other prices is 2663, that's where this line's going to go. That's all there is to it. And it prints a continuous line so that we know the progress of it throughout, how it's developed through the day or through the session. Same thing for the RTH. Then there's a VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for the RTH session, volume weighted average price, and there's a mid, period. The rest of these levels are just price. Developing value area high, overnight high, value area low. Now, this is one level that kind of sometimes, I guess, confuses folks because of the naming. IB, initial balance low. That's an old name from the market profile world, and it's kind of misleading. All the initial balance low and high actually represent are the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. Nothing more complicated than that. Now the statistics, the next thing I do here is change the column title of the statistics column to the current open type, statistics open type. And how do I determine that? Real simple. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, where price is trading, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, it's way above us. So we're lower than the close. And how would it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the RTH low, so we're out of range. So the name of this title, the column now, needs to be changed to lower out of range. And why do I do that? It's just selfish, actually, because when I look at the screen snap or the stream and I see that title, I already know the story and the relationship from the overnight to the RTH. Now, the next thing to do is enter the current or suspected or anticipated or statistics for the associated prices applicable to today. So we need to get rid of yesterday. Boop. There we go. Now, I seem to never get this done in time right, but I am going to now break away and do a snap that I do every day, which I guess I need to quit this one of these days. It's called the TLab snap. And that is something that I do every day at 8:20 and post in a place called the Traders Lab. And the Traders Lab is a bookmap Discord chat room. Let me see what I'm doing here. A bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And what's going on here? There you go. And as you know, obvious, it should be obvious, it's a bookmap Discord site, so it's in their Discord server. It's started and funded by Bookmap, but Tom has kind of created this and leads it himself. And every day around 6, I post the numbers for the day from investing.com, and I post this chart about 8:20 every day, so that anybody in there that doesn't have the same kind of charting capability can have access to all the numbers they might want. And that's basically it. Now, just a word about the TLab and Tom. He is a professional trader with 46 years experience. Very successful, apparently, by his lifestyle. Not ostentatious, but, I mean, I'm sure you're never going to see a wrapped Ferrari or anything in there. But I have to be completely honest. Tom does not trade live, nor does he call trades, nor have I ever seen him trade or seen any record of his account. So to be honest with you, I don't know Tom B from, the man in the moon, other than I've followed the site for some time now, years, and I believe him to be the truth. You know what I mean? He doesn't trade live or, completely transparently as I do. So, there's no question if I take a trade, what's going on, it's there for all the world to see. He doesn't do that for whatever reasons he's got, but I believe he's telling the truth. So there you go. And there's a good crew of people in there, actually. So if you want to check that out, it's the only other site that I really ever recommend at all. And I do this snap twice a day, just to kind of tip my hat and show respect for Tom and the friends and trading colleagues in there. There you go. Now, let's get back to the statistics. Okay. We're going to open yet? No. All right. Lower out of range. Well, guess what? That's what we're going to open today, looks like. This is coincidental because, excuse me, IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but I'll show you something here. This was the open type for yesterday. And they also, you notice how some of the text is blue and some is black. Every time a level is revisited or the statistic is satisfied, it changes the text from black to blue. Kind of handy. Now, I have taken off several things from automatically updating, like this particular study. I only use this once a day right now. And I don't want it I'm trying to cut down on the workload for the CPU and stuff when we get into the actual live trading, because IRT lags a lot. Anyway, we've anticipated lower out of range. How in the hell does this work? Okay, it's real easy. Go away. Real easy. The study looks backwards at 1,704 recent trading days, the most recent trading days from yesterday back. Of these 1,704 days, we opened lower out of range 255 of them. Of the days where we opened lower out of range or gap down, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 73.7 times. Boop. Now, this is real complicated. Be careful. 73.7. Are you ready? Drum roll. That's it. That's how tough it is. Now, these are not absolute targets, guaranteed anything. This is probabilities. This says that 73% of the days where we opened lower out of range In the past 1,700 days, this value was revisited by price in the upcoming RTH session, you know, essentially. Now I'm just going to, excuse me, I'm just going to go down the list. The overnight low is 71.4. And there we go. And IB high. Oh, okay. IB high. Wow. I don't know how the IB high keeps sneaking in there at 68.6. IB high is way. Well, it's not even under here anymore. I got to put that line, the lines back on so that I can see where it is, because it's obviously hiding underneath of something here. Right there. There's the IB low. The IB high is right under the previous high. We never revisit. This was put in. You see the title here? This was put in on yesterday morning, and we never came back. So the previous high and the IB high are going to be the same value, are going to be at the same spot, which makes it inconvenient. 68.6. And I better get my shit together. Previous high, where did that go? Well, that's 66 points. No, it's not either. Previous low is 68.7. So let's get back down to the gap low. 68.7. And IB low is 59.6. And this is something I like to do every day. 59.6. IB low. Why? Because remember the definition of the initial balance high and low. The high and low are the first 1 hour of the RTH session. So the moment we open, this flag is going to zoom down below price, and the high IB high is going to come in above it. Won't be here anymore, and I'll be going, what the hell happened at 68.30, 66.30, you know, whatever it is. And there you go. Previous close is 41.2. I don't think we can even see that up here anywhere. Let's look. Previous close is right here at settlement. Okay. You'll notice that what I'm doing here is that the flags, the cloud nodes only post one flag. That's all they can print. But if you notice on this line indicator, you can get two of them. This is settlement and the previous RTH close. That's why I'm doing that. And I'm going to overnight highs 31.8. And we're going to open in 2 minutes. I better stop talking and start typing. Okay, previous POC is 28.6. Wow. Let's see if that gets taken out. That's pretty amazing. I didn't notice that before, to be honest with you. This is a naked volume point of control from yesterday, right? That's why I've got that there. And this has got to go up a tick, it looks like. All right, now what we're going to do here is, next and foremost, is that's got us pretty well set up for the day, for the open. We're got a minute and a half to go. I'm going to, I'll put off, we can do that. It's real important to know that, I think you'll agree, to be able to trade with Bookmap. So the way you do that is you activate the trade control panel with this button, and it's the little padlock over here. I have to keep a note on the time. Now, I'm not going to do this. We'll pick this up in a minute. Right now, the trade control panel is off. I couldn't trade if I wanted to. Okay? And that's going to stay that way until we open. Is we got 30 seconds to go, and I'm dying to see if this thing's going to reset. And then I'll go into my usual tirade about that. And right after the open, remember, we're going to have an open, and then we'll have a gap. We're going to have a gap down. And wherever we open, which looks to be right here in the POC, I'm going to put in the flag. Gap high, and there will be a gap low down here. Now, don't be don't be deceived. These are 2.5 points, these price levels. See if this damn thing opens on or resets on time. And it did not. Now let's let it cook a couple of minutes.
Slow
God
computer.
damn, that's frustrating. Huh. I don't know what's going on. It's just irritating. So we opened right up here as far as I'm concerned. The reason this opening part is, important to me, obviously, is that's where these things start recalculating. And I also need to make sure that this stupid thing, which is not updating as it should anymore for whatever reason. Oh, thank you so much. This thing has a real problem thinking nowadays for some reason. I want that to be correct, obviously. It should be automatic, but it's not for some reason. It stopped doing that when the daylight savings changed. I don't know. So here's our, and this full session has been resetting automatically as it should for a year and a half. So now we have the IB low, we have the IB high, we have the open. So there is the gap low, and the way I do that is this. I use the same micro composite thing, and it's gap low 260326. Boop. Bam, there we go. All right, so we're off and running like I heard the turtles. Here we go. Now I'm going to switch the charting over here from full session to RTH session. That's pretty difficult. You go like that. There's our gap. Here's the low. Here's the open. Boom. My gap. You do it any way you want. And people are all over the board with that. Settlement and all kinds of things. Here's why I do it this way. Here's my micro composite. There's yesterday's full range. And here's where we opened. Makes sense to me. Again, there's yesterday's low, and here's our open. And this is, remember, this is the mini, and these are the micros. Now I'm gonna go do a little savey up here, I hope. And then jet over here and do these. And the reason I do this is to keep the relationship of the various price levels as correct and as expected by a lot of people that use those levels, which there's quite a few, I think, or used to be. All right, there we go. Now there's a huge lag going on over here. These are seconds. That's just ridiculous. Untradeable as far as I'm concerned. And we're in those gap rules. Okay, that looks like everything's pretty much in there. I'll be right back. Okay, what happened? Nothing. All right. Well, we got the overnight volume point of control. That was the first statistic out down the pipe when we're looking at the IB low or the overnight low down here. You can see what happened yesterday, or overnight, I should say. And now what I'm going to do is plop my blue boy on the job. Again, it's just a vertical line I put on the first print of every session, so that I can glance to the left and know that I have the full session in view. That's where I am at this point. Oh, man. If I could remember to get the right frickin' window up here, we'd be all set. Okay. And that's blue boy there. Busy watching the screens and not the upper screen where I keep the stream. So no drop frames, trickling down the hill. Okie dokie. We're open. We're this. We're that. We got the gap rule. Gap rules. All right. Old market profile stuff, just like everything else in my old world. And it is the most vague, typical traderism that, you might want to find, but it does bear out frequently. And it says that if we close the gap relatively early in the trading session, and if prices accepted within the previous range, there's a very high probability that we'll trade across that previous range. If it's rejected, if we don't close the gap, and or if price is rejected out of the previous range, what's the alternative, do you suppose? We're going to trade in the direction of the gap. I mean, duh, football, right? So essentially, price is going to go up or it's going to go down, and that's pretty much the case with most of those traderisms. But yeah, what are you going to do? There's the open. It doesn't look like I got that very correct, does it? Okay. Well, we're picking them off right, left, and center. Well, we've already taken the overnight VPOC. We put in the low. And what are we going to do now? I would not be real. Later in the day, I'm always going, boy, I wish I could just learn how to identify those opening swings and then do a mean reversion trade. Well, and as I always point out, it's so easy to do in the rear view mirror, but it is, show me how you do it on the hard right edge. Like right now, is this low? Should you mean revert from here? So far, it's looking kind of handy. But did you know that? I didn't. And let's get back to being able to trade here, which is, well, we got everything off and running, I think. Looks like it. I'm on the right window. That's another good thing. All right, to trade, you have to activate the trade control panel. And you must select a method you will use to trade with the application using your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is this active data column. Dome, the only place is these two dome columns, and both is, as you might guess, both of them. Now this is the trade control panel here. First, let me point out, make sure this trader statistics is on the right journal that you want. That seems to come on, whether you turn that off or not, it seems to always come back on when the program goes active. Okay, so be aware of that. I use multi-brackets. This is where I implement the risk neutral methodology. Let's get this over here so we can see price. This is the smallest risk neutral package you can use, a 2-lot, because it needs to be even. 2 lot. That's the package. Then you have to select a stop for the package. And now is absolutely not the time to be figuring this out. This should have been done long before now. First criteria I suggest is what is the risk parameters for your account or your prop thing or whatever it is you're doing? What's the volatility of the instrument? What's the volatility in general of the market? Once you have those things worked out, the first take profit target is automatic because it's for half of the package and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Okay, so it's 12. The minute this first take profit target is realized, your trade is risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do is scratch, unless you're a, self-defeating donut and you move your stop away from entry. Why would anybody do that? I don't know, but a lot of people seem to do it. So there you go, risk neutral. Now, next thing I do, or you need to do, is confirm that that's the right package size. I've selected both so I can trade with a mouse. I have these parameters here, up here. You can turn these off or on if you want to. I like them on for this reason. I don't need the tools in the trade control panel anymore. So I can click this button again. It'll stay green because I've selected a way to trade with the mouse. Now I get my real estate back on the screen. I have my metrics up here. I have cancel all and close all. Now we can trade. I can trade. That's just how I go about doing it. So there you are. Oh, I forgot to mention something else too that's pretty handy. There is another tool over here called the Execution Pro, and it can do a lot of things for you. It can trail to break even. It can put a trailing stop on. It can do a bunch of stuff. I don't even know what they are because I don't ever explore that. I'm kind of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I try to simplify, not complicate if possible. Now let's get back to that, quandary of picking the swing low. So here is a perfect example. Okay, here, was this the low? Oh, how about this? Is this the low? Did we go along here? Oh, no, wait, we got stopped out down here. Is this the low? Now, each one of these, fortunately, would have resulted, if you were using bracket orders, would result in a risk neutral or a scratch. Down here looks like it's going to work. But, how the hell do you do it? Is that it? Is that it? Well, is that it? Is that it? Get the point? It's these rearview mirror wizards are slick. I mean, the first question I have for anybody, YouTube or wherever they're talking about trading this and that, is can you direct me to a live trading video? And it's usually crickets. You don't ever hear anything. Also, it's a vetted trade. Okay, what's the look back? Over what period of, occurrences did you analyze that, vet that system with? Now, this would have been sweet, huh? Absolutely. There you go, 79 and change. They call it 80 to 97. There's 17 handles. Bing, bang, boom, without any kind of heat whatsoever. That's that opening swing that is so appealing. And they're moving it in the direction of the gap. I didn't say this in the pre-market, but typically if we have a gap, whenever price has been handling some certain way and we gap down, you sort of expect that there would be some responsive movement in the opposite direction to the gap so that people could take profit, like right now. If you were short all night, wouldn't it be snazzy to take some profit off right now? That would be responsive buying. That's the whole premise behind gaps, actually, and gap trading. But this is one of those situations where now maybe maybe some traders just get along here and get stopped, get along here and get stopped, get along here and it works. I don't know. I'm not quite comfortable thinking about that idea. How many of them do you do, you know? I guess if you're getting risk neutral every time, it's okay. But I have to figure out some which way or another that I can quantify that, and maybe not. We're going to get up here and close the gap pretty quick. So what happened? Did we solve the war? Is we're giving away free money, or what happened, you know? What wonderful thing happened in the world or the economy to cause this? I would guess it's just a squeeze myself, because I think we all know nothing happened good. The only news out there is bad. Potential boots on the ground, potential ground invasion, you know. The peace president has started more armed conflicts than the last 5 or something presidents in a row, or, you know, added together or something like that. Some ridiculous statistic. So the story goes. Well, VWAP, they got to ground the VWAP, and they got to the, here we have the IB high, overnight VWAP. This is Globex, remember. This column is full session. This is not ETH. This is ETH. Now, there's no way that I know of to have Bookmap segregate these. And this is something that I try to point out when I see it. Notice the line is up here for the initial balance high and the flag's down here. That's not a bug. That's known behavior. The least refresh rate, there you go. The least refresh rate I can set on this column, cloud note column's a minute. And the boys and girls who coded this up obviously did it less time than that. And I'm not concerned about it because I'm driving the data. The data comes from over here on IRT, and it's exported every 30 seconds because I'm trying to not choke the system to death. It's exported every 30 seconds, and it's the exact same data. So, you know, I'm not worried about it. Nor should you be. Look at us go. Wow. Now, how pissed am I that I didn't just jump on this as I'm standing here talking about it? Yeah, I am. But I don't know what to do. I don't know how. I don't know. What can I say? I don't know. To quote my West Indian friends. And I'm sure there's people that are making money and knew all about this, and, you know, it's a structured trade and they've taken it and they're all scaling out and along. I don't know. They're using Claude. I saw a bunch of stuff over Antonio. I'm sure you're looking at the TLab probably, but there's a whole bunch of stuff now. Furs is doing, you know, he's now found Claude, and he's gonna having Claude give him live updates, and, you know, has a 99.4% probability of you know, something that it's suggested to do. I don't. Oh, that's a lot of percent there. Good for him. I hope he figures it out. He seems like he's definitely a hard worker, I think, when it comes to trading. He's always in the overnight and up early and everything else. Yeah, wouldn't that have been a beauty? So let's see, we're at 80 to 14. So 34 handles. Bip. Well, I'm, you know, that's your trade. You're done. You go to bed. You go outside, go to do whatever it is, chase mama around the couch, whatever. And let's see what else we have going on here. Well, it looks like the stream is streaming. That's a good thing. I think I got through all of the pre-market and disclaimery stuff and introduction, and we're set up to trade here now. We've got, one thing else you can do that I should point out probably. You can very definitely have trade with your keyboard with hotkeys. I have it set up. You do have to have something selected over here for the trade control panel to be active, or the trading to be active. This has to be green, in other words. And you have to remember that the focus of the computer must be on the Bookmap application for you to trade with your keyboard hotkeys, which is absolutely, it's got nothing to do with Bookmap. That's an operating system function. Obviously, if you've got the focus of the computer on IRT and you're trying to enter some trade in Bookmap, it's going, what the hell are you doing? It doesn't know. So that's important. The way you set the hotkeys up is keyboard shortcuts. How cute is that idea? Original. Under settings. Instrument trading. That's how I have them set up. Shoot your best shot. But you can hit the, hit the bid, lift the ask, limit, market, cancel, close, whatever. Real easy. The reason I'm trying to focus on the keyboard or the mouse story in this, I don't know that it's any faster than keyboarding, because obviously, unless you happen to be right there, right then, but it's accurate. If I want to put a limit order right up here above the IB high, I can do that real easily with a mouse. I can do it over here on the dome column, but I have to, get my eyes focused on both sides. So I'm just above where I want to be, for example. And here's the gap. Wow. Wow. Now, that's because there's a big lag. Mine. There you go, gap close. There we are. Now, will we be accepted in value and price and trade across potentially? Or will we be rejected out and down we go? Who knows? Let me see now. What's going on? Oh, yes. Let's go see if any of this stuff is working out. What happened? Gap down. So where's our gap? There we go. Woo. Come on. Oh, there you go. So there's the gap. So far, this has got no trigger. There's a breakout, but no trigger. And this, let me explain this once again. This is where I vet strategies or setups or whatever you want to call them to trade live. This is within IRT simulated environment, because I am not confident enough in my coding skills to have this thing I'm working on, trying to develop, trade my money over on the AMP side, which is Bookmap. So this is trading the live market right now. These signals are happening, and this is going on, and this is the opening range, and the opening range is 11 handles. All that stuff. But it is within the simulated environment. So full transparency, no tricky business. And here is Oh, here is annoying shit. This is the initial balance system, which I have vetted and which is trading, forward trading over here. And I found out something pretty interesting. Notice this is 30 seconds. I'm also watching these in that time frame. It's pretty crazy, but you have there can be trades taken and not taken, whatever else, to do with the time frame. And I'm still trying to get my head around is that make sense or not? I noticed last night that if in yesterday there was no successful trade, no trade. I dropped down time frame, there was a successful 2-target trade. Now, I understand why in this particular setup that's the case, because these entry flags and these, this is a simple system with only 3 rules and two trades around each side of the, each IB high, IB low. There's 2 trades. There's continuation, failure, continuation, period. That's all. And there's 3 rules to quantify or to validate each one of those based on close, open, that kind of thing. Well, if you have a 30-second bar, the close is going to be different than a 1-minute bar. So that was interesting for me to figure out and try to see what's going to happen. So at this moment, I'm going to leave this on 30. And we still got a pretty good lag going on here. I may just, I've been restarting IRT. It seems to be, I don't know what the hell the matter with it is, but I think I have way more than a sufficient computer, but you never know. And here we go. So there's our gap close, our IB high, and is this it? Now, is this the mean reversion for the bottom side? My initial reaction from just, I suppose you would call it prejudice, is I would be looking to close the gap. So this would have made more sense to me as a mean reversion trade. Way past the mean, right? Here's the mean, or mean reversion from here to here. So that's a misnomer on my part, misstating that. It should be a gap close, for example. So to have gotten long down here would have made more sense to me than to get short, looking for a rejection and go the other way, I guess. The real bottom line is I have this business is what I'm relying on for my sustenance, and I need to be trading, not just standing here analyzing and theorizing about what the hell to do. Panda, are you going to help me? Huh? Will you tell me where to trade? Would you tell me when to enter a trade? Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, now I don't have to worry. Panda's going to tell me. So let's see, what have I got going on right now? VWAP is okay. Mid's okay. IB's, how wide is it? 20 to 80. So we got a 40 handle IB. Well, and now we have a VPOC migration. Here we go. We've got a V reversal or mid flip, they would call that, I think. Right here. Now, I watched something about a... oh, go away. VPOC migration. Hey, Antonio. Oh, Richard. Hey, dude. Where you been? Haven't seen your little English butt for a while. Nice to see you. How's everything going on over there? I guess you're probably up. Realize we're up to our ass and alligators over here with crazy. Doctor, I'm going to drain the swamp is success. Just taking swamp to a whole new level, I think. We're 19C over here at the moment. And up to our butt and crazy. Really amazing. Well, so, where'd Blue Boy go? That coward there? Yeah. See what I mean about that? I can just know that if I glance left and see it, I've got the entire session in view so far, so I have a complete understanding of context. These V reversals, we had a couple of dramatic ones yesterday. And there's the ever-present news risk. And I actually don't know what's up with financial Jews, to be honest with you. Here's today. But look at this, 2000 and 1400. Well, did somebody type these in the wrong spot? That those didn't happen yesterday that I'm aware of. They might have, because there were times when I found Trump speaking or whatever it says over here that weren't in the calendar. Or are these supposed to be at 1400 today? That's really irritating, because that's the main reason I keep an eye on financial juice, is for this kind of random non-economic events that get pulled into the calendar. I also found something shocking about this that you guys may not know. Good for you. I wish I'd have been away in Europe. I wish I'd have been away anywhere than over here. Look at this crap. Oh, well, they changed it already. A minute ago, when I did this was like $12,000 and something else was going on. Monthly and this and that. They've changed it already. A minute ago, it said something about an Easter thingamajigger over here. Oh, here you go. Look at this. Can they really mean that they charge $11,880? That's a lot. I think $1,400 is ridiculous. Now, this is a lifetime thing, right? But or $1,000. Jesus, that's a lot. I was surprised, and I guess that just reinforces my theory of keeping this stuff free. I haven't looked over here at investing.com, but these numbers don't make any sense either compared to how they're interpreted on financial news. Huh. Oh, well. Yeah, who knows what's going on. Let's get back to the market at hand. So if you were a whiz bag and you knew what you were doing, and I really wish I was, that mean reversion right there was you're now retired and you can go do something else today. This V reversal or waterfall or whatever you want to call it. Also good. 20 handles in the blink of an eye. Been some pretty crazy trading days. And I got to figure out a way to get my finger out somehow or another. The initial balance trades started, they exceeded the expected criteria for consecutive stops. So I've trying to figure out what to do there. And in the meantime, trying to vet some other stuff that can give me a more trades, right? Having one strategy is definitely not going to work, even though I could do very well, or not very well, but I could be satisfied with one or two trades, positive trades a week that I could just take off. Obviously, minis, not micros, but for where we are. And it was going quite well. Then it just turned real sour. Like the average expectancy of consecutive losers or stops was 6, and I took it to 9, figuring, well, okay, there's one more, and then finally I said, no. So I quit that. I'm not doing them automatically as I used to do. And here, but I do follow it every day. And I was just pointing out before you joined here that I had an interesting epiphany yesterday afternoon when I was messing around with the time frame. So this is looking at 30 seconds on both the trade and the period up here. The reason being the wanting to be more accurate with the results of the back tests. And I've been also working on some other ideas or strategies that I pick up along the way what I do essentially, I'll find somebody that sounds like it. Let me start over. I kind of approach this thinking, is there nobody that posts these things on YouTube or wherever about, this strategy, blah, blah, blah? Is there none of those people that are telling the truth? Or are they all just, trying to sell crap and get subs? So I sort of started looking at some of those opening range things, basically. Various different rules, and I figured out different ways to code them and stuff like that. And so far, nobody is proven to be telling the truth. This guy's got an interesting idea here that's and this is a situation where time frame would have made a big difference. What this simple thing here, which is coded up currently, does. Opening range is 5 minutes. And there's the values up here you can look at. Oops, shit. There you go. Opening range is 5 minutes. So the first signal is a bar opens inside the range, closes outside the range. Same thing there. A trigger is this was almost one, and this was almost one. The trigger, this would have been, of course, the one that you would want to use as an example in your in your website or on your YouTube thing. This, not so much. The way the trigger works is, let's look at the positive side of life. Had this wicked into the range and opened outside the range, wicked back into the range, and closed outside of the range, this would be the trigger for a long, and you enter at the close. Now, obviously, just quickly looking at this, where's the close? Way the hell up here. Okay, so, and the stop is placed midway, 50% of the range. So right away, here's your stop and there's your open. That's one hell of a risk. Way outside the parameters of my life. But that's the idea. And then T1 is 1R and T2 is 2R, And I've tried all different kinds of ones. And then there's IB fade and opening range fade and different things. I keep thinking that somebody's surely telling the truth or being, straightforward about it. And of course, the reason I do this is I have to code it all up specifically so that I can backtest it. Otherwise, it's meaningless. It's just what they do. Look at here. I did this and I did that. Yeah, anyway, that's where I'm at. And believe me, if I come up with one or find one that works, you guys will be the first to know in detail. Now, Richard, if you've been away in Europe and what was really happening is you and Antonio were whooping it up down in Portugal, I'm going to be jealous as all get out over here. Boy, some of the news and some of the things that are going around being said by some of the people who you would think are typically would be people of responsibility, just incredible. Just incredible. Well, here's that VPOC migration. So did that work? Are we doing it? I guess it would have so far. It would be 4 points in the money. Well, wait a minute. No, it wouldn't. Yeah, there's the POC. I was looking at the full session here. Oops, never mind. So this, yeah, what the hell? I guess it would have if you took it. I'm going to stop talking about that trade. I can't even. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. I don't think this administration, i.e., particularly Trump, is out of the woods on this big thing that happened on Monday either, because everybody from every news source and, except Fox News, of course, has reported that the suspicious, $1.5 billion positions put on 11 minutes before he comes out with the statement out of no place in the ETH, think about that for a minute. I mean, it's like what I was saying a few minutes ago. The scammery has gotten so flagrant that they don't even try to hide it, spill them out overnight or anything. They just throw one out there. Oh, wow. I've never been to any of those places except France. I never got into Europe much. I stayed along the equator, kind of, South America, Caribbean, South America, Sub-Saharan Africa, Asia. I would go back and forth to the UK for meetings once in a while. And once upon a time, I flew into France and then over to Switzerland to do some business when I was living in Africa, and then back, but for just, a day or something. But I don't know why either. It was not intentional that I didn't do that, but I just didn't. Cool. Luxembourg. When I was young and in 4-H in Montana, a ranch kid, 60 years ago, the county agent came to our 4-H club and gave a video, a slide with member slides. There was a like carousel. They were square film and showed the projector. Somehow or another, this guy in Livingston, Montana, had ended up married to a gal from Luxembourg, and they had gone back to visit her family and stuff. And we saw this big thing about Europe and how beautiful it was and everything over there. I always remember that. And literally over 60 years ago. And in those days, you would go to the book of knowledge or the Webster's Encyclopedia and look up Luxembourg and read about it and see the pictures and stuff. You know, those were the days then. How the world has changed, boy. Wow. Well, we are rapidly approaching, and I'm standing here in a coma reminiscing about 4-H slideshows with Luxembourg. We're rapidly approaching the world famous initial balance IB statistic. As I mentioned in the pre-market now, the IB high and the IB low are nothing more than the high and low of the first 1 hour. And that means, guess what? At another 9 or 8 minutes, this level will not go up anymore and the low will not go down anymore. And the statistic associated with the initial balance will be active. And what that is right here. Now, remember, these open types are the statistical open types. This is not, you know, like the old market profile opens and things like that. And don't get all upset. I need to update this. There we go. Okay. In all 4 open types, the most likely probability or the most probable statistic to achieve in each and every day is the initial balance stat. And all it says is as follows. The initial balance high at some point between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time. The initial balance high or low will be revisited. That's it. That's the basic statistic which satisfies this right here. And today it's 97.7%. So 2.3% probability. We won't take either one of them. Where'd it go? A 30.1% probability. We'll take both. Now, 2.3% probability sounds like a pretty sure deal, doesn't it? But within recent memory here, in the last couple of 3 months, we've done that twice that I remember. I should mark it down. I always say that, but I don't. So, you know, there you go. But that's the basic statistic. Now, that is the first rule of my 3-rule scheme over here, my initial balance deal. And here we are, you know, knocking on heaven's door up here at the initial balance high. At 9:30, when that statistic becomes active, these pullback zones and the price level things will become active here, and then they'll also push across to Bookmap. So let's see where we go. And I always feel kind of motivated to caution against trading in expectation of the statistic. And as you might guess, that's the words of experience. And I realized what it's like. Well, we tapped it there, we teased it there, there's where we set it. We came back up here. I just know we're going to get the initial balance high. Well, no, you don't. And no, we might not. So if you try to come up here in anticipation of taking that stat out, you have a real sad look on your face. It's not a statistic, nor has it been achieved until it's over. It's not like it ain't over till the fat lady sings, that old expression, right? And that's it. And there are plenty of, I suppose, strategies which do trade in anticipation of those levels. But as far as I'm concerned, that's not an A level, an A signal in my system until it has been achieved. And way more than once I thought I was going to be clever and trade into it and catch that statistic. It sounds good if you say it fast, you look at the high probability and we're up here by the IB high and oh boy, I think we're going to get there, and you get long and then all of a sudden it pulls back and you get stopped out and then it goes zooming through the stat. That's pretty disappointing. So don't do it. Remember that this is but I'll tell you what, they're setting up though. Look at there. Look at all the times they're popping up here. What do you suppose is living right around the top up here? See this big line right here? That means liquidity. What's that mean to me? A bunch of stops. Makes sense, doesn't it? And that's another thing that feeds into that, oh boy, I'm going to trade to the stat idea. Well, where are we now? What happened there? What's going on? Had a big jump in data here on the RT. God damn it. Gosh darn it. Sorry. See this? What the hell is this all about? Boy, that's frustrating. Well, okay. Show this. Son of a bitch who's boss. There you go. Download some data. And we're not lagging. I mean, it's no lag over here. So I don't know what that was all about other than yesterday. I think it was yesterday, or maybe it was the day before. The internet just took an immediate and unannounced dump, the entire thing. And I had to, when OBS gets chopped off like that in the stream, I have to start the whole thing up again. There's no way I know how to to restart the stream. So that was a giant pain in the nards. I don't know what the hell's going on with this thing, but it doesn't seem to want to be. Well, there we go. Another minute, we're going to have the initial balance statistic in play. Another minute, another few seconds. And you see how far we've pulled off this initial balance high? And now it's an initial balance statistic. Here we go with the levels coming across, starting to plot. I've never run this thing live on a 30-second chart. I would be real interested to see what the hell happens, to be honest with you. And here we are on the map of books. Where's Blue Boy? There he is. Okay. Well, this would be, I guess, a consolidation, breakout, retest thing. That's one of the classics that they seem to trade quite successfully. Harry and Rod and those guys. Hopefully I can get Jorgensen and we were going to have a weekend live call discussion about that because he's pretty good at it. And then he got busy and I was out abusing myself on my walk on Sunday and we didn't hook up. Hopefully I can convince him to give it another try. Wow. Yeah, it looked like one of those little utopian places back in those days, you know. And as I said, never been. Closest I got to any of those places was Switzerland, and I just flew into Zurich and overnight met up with some guys and transferred some airplane parts to them and flew out. Flew into Paris and went to Dassault and picked up a bunch of parts for a Falcon 50 and took them with me to Zurich and passed them off to somebody there. And in those days, I had an air logistics outfit in Southern Africa. That at that time in Johannesburg, airplane parts and stuff. And actually, come to think about it, when I was living and working in Angola, we used to fly. We used to rotate out through Paris. So I flew through Paris quite a few times. But, you know, what's an airport, right? One airport's as good as another. Well, this is just fun. Right on that low, right on yesterday's low. Do you see that? So we are not exactly ripping on that gap story. We haven't even remotely traded into range. Well, we've just kind of poked our nose into range right up to this low. It's kind of easy to see over here into this low volume area. And that's right where we quit. Boop. The old gap rules say if we're accepted in range, in value, actually, that they'll likely trade across value. I tone it down a bit to range. This thing doesn't seem to want to like doing 30-second candles here. I don't know exactly why. There's no lag going on, and I don't know. Man, I tell you. Lots of buying right up here and going nowhere, huh? Are they getting paid for it? You see the pullback and continuation zones have pulled through around the IB here. It's kind of cluttered, I realize. Well, let's dance if nothing else, I guess. Man, there's a got enough talking feds to go around today, Jesus. And all of them just spinning the tail, right? This Mirren guy and Cook and everybody, all they're doing is just spinning the yarn. This guy here, he's still an employee of the White House. Jesus. Yeah, it's incredible. I don't know. You know anything about him other than he must not have any self-respect, you know? In my opinion. Or integrity, or whatever word you want to use. And they're turning off that IB. Is this this is obviously a consolidation, and there's a bar and a half going on there, or consolidation lending itself to the possibility of a breakout and retest, I guess. Well, yeah, somebody said something, huh? Jesus. Okay, well, there's a deep V and a something else and a up and a down and a, okay. You know, there's 20 handles in a couple of seconds. That's pretty normal. Criminy Christ. Yeah, this thing is just bobbing along over here. What the hell is that all about? I don't even know. Okay, let me see. Oh, that's the problem. Oh, well, there you go. So there's a cabinet meeting this morning going on now, and I'm sure they had something to say. Iran is begging to make a deal, not me. Yeah. Okay. What in the oh boy. Yeah, there you go. Well, that's exactly what I was waiting for. And wasn't it Monday at 7 o'clock in the morning that this was all a done deal? And Jesus Christopher Christ. Or when was that? I've lost all track of this freaking stupidity. And I'm sorry to, sound political, but really it just seems like complete it's just stupidity to me. And you got Curly, Larry, and Mo over here, and Jesus criminy Christ. Well, there you go. There you go. That's magic. Maybe not. Kind of took the wind out of their sails on this gap close idea, didn't they? That's the kind of stuff, how do you plan on it? Right now, that's not got anything to do with trading. That's got to do with, with what? I guess maybe some of his buddies called and said, "Hey, come on, I need to get on some shorts. I got some shorts on now. Go ahead." I mean, really, it's just that ludicrous. I think. I don't know what else to say. Really. And I certainly don't know how to approach trading it. If you were, as I said, boy, trading for that IB statistic, that was a real bad idea. Even though even though we got right up to it and didn't take it out. Or did we? I don't think we did. I think we came right to the IB high and turned around. Let's see what the statistic master has to say over here. Yep, we did not. I don't think. Let's update it. I don't know. I actually thought I had this thing set to update frequently, but yeah, we did not take the initial balance. We traded right up to it. I'm not sure if I mentioned this or not, but besides highlighting the correct open type to confirm that you figured it out, the levels that have been revisited today so far in this session have been changed from black to blue. So previous low, overnight mid, POC, they've been tagged. And who knows what'll happen next? Oh, well, I changed my mind. The war's over, you know? I mean, really. I wish they'd put a muzzle on that guy, or get him, at least when he's out golfing, he's not shooting off his mouth all the time and doing this. The guy who gave Barack Obama endless crap because he golfed once or twice a month or something like that. It's like, that's another part about this new cycle we're in that's so bizarre. I mean, you look at any of the things that are going on in terms of the Justice Department and all that stuff, and this is the guy who was screaming and crying that Biden or these Democratic people that were before were going to weaponize the Justice Department against him. Holy shit, you know? Jay Powell, Comey. Pick somebody that hasn't been weaponized by this administration's Justice Department. It's amazing. And they say that stuff they don't even seem embarrassed about it, or that maybe they figure people don't know, don't remember, I guess. I don't know. Weird thing for me. Well, I don't know what to think here now. We're damn near back to the open. Just stand by and wait, I guess, for a signal to occur on a vetted trade. That's all I know to do. It's a real temptation to just start whipping and spurring and discretionarily trading. But I'm trying to hold the line to avoid that. I don't know how much longer I can do it, but anyway. Be okay over here, apparently. What happened over here? Here's some of the exciting news from Monday. Everybody except Fox News is covering it, has made a big deal about it. And then several, Congress people speaking out what is going on here and stuff like that. And nothing will happen. I don't think. Here we go. Hi-ho, here we go. Down, 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 I guess. Well, I hope you guys have got a system for this and this V reversal up here and got short. I hope somebody's doing some good. It's obviously not me. Now, is this going to be another V reversal down here at the bottom? The only way I know to try these, and this is certainly nothing that I would be able to figure out how to vet, is to approach it with just an asymmetrical gamble. Slap one on down here and have your stop just below the IB low and figure, well, it's either going to go my way or it's going to stop me out, or I'm going to be wrong. And obviously this would have been okay my way so far. There's 10 handles. 10 handles in how many seconds? The volume's coming through too much for IRT. Now it's up to a 20-second lag. That's untradeable. I got to come up with something. I don't know whether I'm going to have to revert back to Sierra chart or some horseshit. It's like overwhelming. So yeah, I wouldn't have any idea which way to think of it. I mean, my initial thought was, breaks up and comes back down would be a short of this bar trade here, but with this price action going on, and the folks, I don't know what to call it. What do you call them? The news that's afoot. I suppose, what do we got going on here? Well, they're still thick into it. Yeah, no shit, we have options on Iran, you moron. We should have never declared war, started bombing them. That would have been an option. Jesus Christopher Christ. But yeah. It's just reality TV on steroids is the only thing I can, the only analogy that comes to mind is what it is. And that's just, and unfortunately people are dying. It's really, really amazing. The other side of the coin is here is a consolidation, this slow volume to this low volume, and we, break out, retest. Are we going to go back down? I have no idea. Context is all over the board. Right now, context is balanced. Not volume necessarily, but price action. Here we are, there we were, back down here again. And this is the open, don't forget. So I think as long as these folks are jibber-jabbering back there in Washington, I'm going to just stand here and complain. I'll mute the mic so you guys don't have to listen to me gripe. God damn. Really incredible. Yeah, maybe that breakout and retest is working. I guess. This V reversal, I got to figure out a way to get on them because they are happening frequently in this current environment. I mean, today there's been two there and there so far. Or I don't know what you call this, other than a squeeze just to close the gap. But I hope you guys are trading all right. I wonder how long that thing is going to go on back there. Too long, that's for sure. Now they're all taking turns. Rubio's talking, and you know, he's telling everybody how we're destroying everybody, and like it's something they're proud of. Well, there's a guy you can trust. Sidekick of what's his name now? Somebody just said something. I don't know if this theater is aimed at if they think they're aiming this theater or these theatrics at Iran, maybe. I don't know if I'm willing to work a deal with Iran. Who the hell are you? You know, what are you, out of your mind? Jesus Christ. What are you going to do? Just, you know, genocide the entire country or turn it into a ball of sand or, you know, ball of glass or what? You screaming. Yeah. In whose opinion? You know what I mean? It's, yeah. Incredible. Well, we'll see. And who is this guy? An Israeli. Well, I guess I'm just going to stand here and hope that they get through flapping their mouths at some point. And we can get back to doing some trading, maybe. I hope you guys are able to trade this somehow or another. This V reversal thing, I know Harry and probably Rodder got on that one. Both of them probably. But I guess I'm just too risk adverse or unsure or trying to avoid just discretionary trading, you know, which is, as far as I'm concerned, essentially gambling. But this is about boring and I think futile. And really, Another consolidation here. Nobody in statics trading this either that I see. I took a quick peek up there. I am certainly not going to do anything until these guys are off the stage, till the band has left the building. Huh. You guys getting any good ideas from anywhere or trading or what's going on? I'm out of cards here basically. And Pete Hagstaff says the Pentagon will keep negotiating with bombs. What a interesting. What a point, right? My way or the highway. That's the only thing they keep going back to. This is our 15-point peace plan, and you know it's not a negotiation, it's a mandate. And then Hagstaff says he's going to keep negotiating with bombs. So there you go. That's diplomacy at its finest, huh? They're still, busy talking. As of 10:13, anyway. Is this a cup and handle we're getting here? Or whatever you call it. I never could, I think it's supposed to go the other way. But I guess it could be an upside down cup. You know? As long as those guys are talking, I am staying away from the mouse. That's pretty disappointing. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, this is just, unidentified critical risk. You don't know what they're going to say. You don't know what's going to happen. So this is the time you stay away from the mouse. That's all I know to do. If, risk management and account preservation is part of your plan, it is mine. pretty crazy stuff here that we're having. I'm thinking about switching instruments to the DAX or the FTSE or something to get away from this craziness, frankly. And I don't know enough about it to know that I could do that or not, but I guess I should start with the broker and see what other instruments are offered and the margins and all that. Always stayed here because of the liquidity and, you know, all the usual things associated with trading this session, but this is just too crazy. And it ain't gonna end anytime soon. You know, we got more than 2 years of this, minimum 2 years of this noise to go. So, and I don't have 2 years to wait. Sell the rips and buy the dips, huh? Was that the idea? Maybe it's no more complicated than that. Just kidding. That opening range thing, he did finally took an entry here. For a scratch. I don't think that's valid at all after the first, at least the RTH 1 session, which is, we're getting to the end of that now. And nothing going on in initial balance world over there yet. This could be one of those days we don't take either one of them. One of those 2.3% probabilities. Well, that's as close as you could want to get right there and not do it. What's going on in volume world here now? Real light volume. Okay. Extremely dangerous. This is ATR for a 1 minute candle, by the way. O'clock is the end of RTH 1. Oh, now we're going down. So I suppose they had some uplifting words, encouragement from the cabinet room this morning. Going to continue negotiating with bombs, and that's. I wonder if that guy thinks that's funny, or. I think he's got a real interesting outlook on life. Okay. Certainly is impressed with his position, I think. Now I need to ask myself the question, will I take a trade assuming it presents itself here? Basically, it is a balanced rotational profile. 2 distributions, low volume, I'm on the fence because it's, I'm well aware of the fact that it is a bad maneuver to vet something and then use discretion in the live market not to take it. That defeats the entire purpose. On the other hand, the random risk band is still dominating the airwaves, I think. And typically that is a real red flag for me. Let's see. There's no more comment from him yet, but that's because the news has been filled in with the bond auction and the bills to cover. Last comment was 10:32. I'm sorry. It was 10:13. So I don't think there's any way in hell that they're done. And typically they will say cabinet meeting concluded or something like that. So my guess is going to have to be that I would not execute live. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Oh, no. Now it's, he's all busy giving military advice about the Straits of Hormuz. He keeps doing that. It's so weird. And he's still talking, so they are very definitely... Now it's his turn. So I guess they're going around the table. Was Rubio and then Hegseth, and now it's Dissent? Okay, that's probably what they do. I don't know. don't know, but he's now the Minister of Minerals and War, and he's the he's the Secretary of the Treasury. I don't know what it's funny, somebody else pointed out, it's like, why is this guy talking about the Straits of Hormuz and, our oil situation and all that? What is all this? This is Besant, Secretary of Treasury. So I will definitely be off any trades. Son of a bitch. Well, let's hope it doesn't put one up and put me in the hot seat here. Oh, here's an ABC. ABC. The big W. I remember years ago a successful trader trying to explain to me how keep your eye on these W's, and that was going to be a reversal signal or something like that. I don't think he ever mentioned the lower highs. The higher lows and the higher highs, but I guess that's what he was talking about. Yeah, well, that's pretty weird. I'm gonna have to just stand here, I guess. I wonder how many, I suppose that Howard, whatever his name is, that I suppose they'll all say something. Jesus. And I don't. They're still at it. This thing to tell me when they're done, that would be kind of handy. This is my workflow for levels or values that have been revisited. Is to just change the text to black, and then I know I can take them off when I no longer am interested. That lets me know they've been revisited, you know, when I look down the road. Man, oh man. So here we go back to Trump again now. So maybe they've gone all the way around the table and now it's back to the great one. Yeah, I'm gonna chop Ukraine off and gasoline tax. Okay. So let's hope it's about ready to end. If it's back to him, I suppose it is. Maybe they'll tie it off the top of the hour. I don't know. I hope. And again, it's not political. I could care less who you voted for, and none of your business who I voted for. But what bothers me is this is a huge potential risk to our auction, as we've seen this morning. And, you know, all this week. So if you're going to be a trader where your prime objective or motive, you know, prime directive is to preserve your account, the only way you're going to preserve your account is by risk managing it or managing your risk, then you better be aware of this stuff. And that's why I am, you know, I've seen too many times in this present environment where just an offhand comment and sends the market off 100 points one way or the other. That is not conducive to account preservation. And absolutely, definitely, without any question in a million years, always trade with bracket orders. Always make sure you've got a stop in place. And if you're trading a live account, as I am, make sure that your broker and all your orders are server side, not local. And here's some parting shot here now where the market's going to pop. For some reason. Is this a breakout and retest? Boo. What do you do? One thing that I'll say that's kind of inconvenient that I've been noticing lately is that, to quickly trade here with Bookmap. Now, what I would have to, I could put an order in. It's already set up for a risk neutral 2 lot. I could do something quickly with my keyboard. But, it's like a real spur of the moment kind of thing, like Monday or whatever else. It takes a while to get it all, if it's not pre-set up with a bracket order and all that stuff. It's not exactly, so, some more of the news if you're interested. So Trump is going on about the fact that Iran gave America a big present by letting some tankers go through. Turns out they were all flagged from Pakistan. Now, the truth of that is, as I have learned in other places, Iran has never blocked a trap passage for any ship that was not a combatant. So, I'm not sure. Once again, is this just some sort of reality TV spin crap? I don't know. That's the part that's most disappointing. Whatever. Yeah. they let 8 boats through spike, and now we're right back to the bottom again. VPOC migration lower on the full session, not the RTH, but the full session. This is the more muted yellow color here. I should probably change that, but why? The RTH is the brighter yellow, and you can see by the flag, so it shouldn't be any big mystery. And we're still in the hold. No initial balance statistic yet. And I'm keeping my eye on, much as I hate to, financial juice over here just to make sure, see when the hell this goes away. You know, when it's over. They're going to run into, we're running into the end of RTH1 here pretty quick, and then it's going to be noon hour time, and I don't like that, bro. I should point out that this range is 40 handles today. So if you have if you're clever or quick or have some sort of a strategy that's picking the tops, picking these off both ways, you're tickled to death today. And good for you. Please let me know your technique. I'd appreciate it very much. It's clearly not, the strategies that I have vetted, which is the initial balance, and or the new one, this range stuff. They're not playing in at all. They're of no use lately. Let me guess. Who said what? Yeah. So now Trump is suggesting that taking control of Iran's oil is an option. Okay. And he keeps talking, so there you go. It's just like pretty crazy. I don't know what to say, and so I won't. I'll say that this is boring. I think you guys, hopefully Tom's got something interesting to say over there in the lab thing. I haven't listened to one of those in a long time. I was thinking I would do that again just to hear what the general pitch is like. Whole new crowd of people in there, a bunch of names I don't even recognize or know anything about. I noticed that, which is pretty normal. There always used to be a turnover of seems to always be a handful of people that do a lot of posting and talking, and they seem to turn over more frequently. And then guys like Repeat have been in there forever, and Furs and those guys. So we're gonna take I'll be honest with you, I don't know the type of crude that Iran produces. I think it's sweet, but I'm not sure. Unlike Venezuela, which is just, skanky old sour crude. And why we're so interested in Venezuelan crude is all of the American refineries, pretty much, were built long ago to process sour crude, which is what we had. And now all of this crap that they're fracking and getting out of that play, like the Midland Basin and that stuff, is sweet. So that's the joke about the whole thing with all of this drill baby drill. We can't process. The problem is not the oil, it is the refineries. That's why we get have the stuff down from Canada, because it's ganky crude, and we can refine that. And to rebuild and retool the refineries to take on the other stuff, decades and billions of dollars. So, and this whole play is about petrodollar and trying to keep control of that. Trying to keep the flow of money around oil and energy in petrodollars, because BRICS was, they were already starting to use gold and tell the dollar to go piss up a rope, and that freaked out some folks for sure. At least that's my understanding. Oh. 11 o'clock. We're into RTH 2 now. Not my favorite time of day. I'm not sure the impact this. I'm really curious to see us get down around the IB stats there. I'm curious to see how this reduced time frame is going to impact the system, the trading system, because as I said before, there's some of the rules are specified around the close of the bar. Well, you know, a big change in that. Oh, be curious to see what happens. I suppose they'll get this meeting over pretty quick because I don't think Trump probably misses a lot of meals. Be my guess. Thanks, babe. Well, we have targets we want to hit before we leave Iran. We have a coalition of vessels to protect shipping. Okay. There you go. I guess now they've switched off to BOE. Looks like, sounds like, seems like. Let's hope. I'll keep an eye on this news over here. This is what I was talking about. Russia's supplying weapons and intel. That's not surprising. Well, and the part, as obviously the thing that can happen in any moment is somebody say something and we can get some, big spike one way or the other. So I'm not prepared to deal with that. I don't think that's prudent risk management. Because the second I walk out to the kitchen, my wife calls me, then there you go. That's just perfect. Now, we had an A signal right here that didn't fire according to this thing. And that would be the bar penetrates the level. The previous signal to bar to the signal bar is open higher than the close, so this should have been an A. There's no B here yet because we didn't close into the continuation zone. Maybe this one. And then it would be back to the trigger, which is okay. I'm just winging it here. I don't know why those signal markers aren't working, to be honest with you. Now there would normally be a continuation B, and then we need the trigger up here with a continuation south. With this sharp V reversal down here, that makes me nervous. But oh, there we go. No trigger. Nope. You can rest easy knowing that the initial balance stat has been taken once again. I'm not sure why those signal markers aren't working. Oh, I am sure. I do know why. I think. That's not good. Okay, I gotta figure out what's broken on that. That's working. I don't know why the signal thing didn't work. Always something, I tell you. Well, now the reason this didn't take a trade is because there was the B for the rules and no trigger. And I'm on mute. Isn't that cute? What I was saying here was that I hope this is working out well for somebody. And this stream is by no means my way or the highway. This is if you've got any suggestions or comments, or this is the stupidest thing I ever saw in my life, let me know that in the chat. The idea is for myself and anybody else involved here to have a successful trading business. That's it. And had that been a signal, that would have been a lovely short, eh? So far. Down 12 points. That would have been from here, from this entry, which isn't true. The entry's up here at 80. So that would have been double targets. Of the standard risk neutral bracket. And we're going to go out the bottom of this thing here pretty quick and then watch out. So they've yeah. I'm assuming the meeting's over by the looks of it. Yeah, there we go. Trump ends remarks to the media during the cabinet meeting. There you go. So that's what I was looking for. Now, he may have something else to say at some other point, but at least that's cabinet meetings done and dusted. Quite a success, apparently. Gap low, close the gap, all that's down. Sellers at the gap close. Well, well, well. Don't I wish I had just thrown a short on? Let's do the rearview mirror guy deal. Okay. So obviously I knew this was the high, that this was the swing high. We tested again. We tested the third time and I got short and I've been short all this way. It'd be great if that was true, wouldn't it? The best part would have been, the best part would go like this. Okay, so here we are high. We test up here. We can't get any higher. I let you all know, okay, next time it runs up, let's short it. And then we all shorted it here and we're all short. And we all made money. And we're all going to go to Rio for Carnival. There we go. Now they're going to hammer this thing into oblivion, in my opinion. Hey, Anton. Well, I hope you have been doing something more fun than watching this mess. Or trading it, one of the two, and doing equally, doing really well. I didn't get a trigger by a whisker right over here. Would have been an IB short or continuation, IB low continuation trade. Yeah. Cabinet meeting just got over, and you can see the results of that. $86 and $96, huh? Uh-huh. 86 and 96. Okay. 86, I guess. Yeah, that would work with these consolidation areas here. I guess I can see that. I started to load up that ATAS, and they for the demo thing, and they wanted a credit card, which I have a real problem doing for a demo of something because I always forget to cancel the damn thing, and then I get charged for it. And which one of those do you use? Do you use the ultimate? There's like 4 different ideas there. Not to answer now. No worries about it. We can talk about it some other time. I did look into it some further and try to figure out what tools it might have that I would need. And then I got to the credit card part and just said, no, thanks, not for now. Had to think about it. I got screwed real bad on a platform with that idea one time, and they refused it. You know, I had to go to the bank and refuse the payments and blah, blah, blah. Not that these people are anything. I don't even remember who that was, I get, to be honest with you. Well, here's your 50, no, 65. She didn't get down there yet. That high volume node down there at 55, is that what you're looking at? Well, you probably don't have the same, I mean, obviously you don't have the same thing I do, but I do have a high volume node for my micro composite there. Yeah, I'm aware they say that. I just had a bad experience one time. I'll have to give it some thought before I do that. Especially now that I'm not making any money. Trying to keep, I'm not good at being a spendthrift, or, you know, or anything like that. So I have to focus and consciously work on it. But yeah. I also Googled quite a bit about backtesting and, you know, different suggested platforms and whatever else. And the error chart keeps popping up at the top of the list, which is, ironically, I did use Sierra chart years ago, and one of the links when I was looking about backtesting was actually from the Sierra chart handbook or something like that. So it took you to the Sierra chart site. There's my name, there's my login, Boomer, and all that. And if I want to start that whole thing up just like I had it before, just pay him $50 and away you go. That was amazing. And I'm talking, that's 10 years ago. I was really surprised. Really surprised. Now, which platform is it, or which one of those deals do you use? I forget. It's Ultimate and Pro, or there's like 4 of them or something. Seems like. And of course, there's the lifetime license or the monthly thing or whatever else. At least the site that I saw. I don't know. Maybe you're doing something different. I don't know. Yeah, I used to use it before. Actually, I dropped away from IRT and used Sierra charts for a while. I think because it was cheaper, if I remember right. It was so long ago. But in those days, I wasn't doing the stuff I'm doing now. For example, back then, I in Sierra chart, I was able to build basically an identical replica of the Jigsaw dome because I was still thinking a dome was something I needed to know how to do with, pulling and stacking and recent orders and recent fills and all that stuff. But as far as all of this newer volume profile and heat map and all of that, that was way, way after my time with Sierra charts. But I was just surprised that they still had all my stuff. Boomer, was just my username and ready to log on and the whole shot. It was funny. Pretty funny. But what it does have is a real robust backtesting capabilities. And backtesting, there's 2 ways to backtest. One is bar backtest, which is what IRT does. So in other words, it backtests not intrabar as price is moving up and down through it. It backtests each bar, open, high, low, close. Doesn't necessarily mean the sequence is as you would have it planned. For example, here, let me see if I can show you what I'm talking about. If I have a rule that says, let's pretend I have a rule. Come on, where is one? Well, some rule that would say you need to have the close. Not that wouldn't be it, but like in a case of a bar like this, you don't know where the level was hit because of the price action in the middle of the bar. That's why I turned these down overnight, and I was looking at 30 seconds. If you notice, that's bar backtest. So it goes bar by bar by bar. So if you want to have more granularity, I stepped it down from 1 minute to 30 seconds. But the other method is essentially a replay, and Sierra charts can do that, and you can actually even have it with rules based on your position in the queue. So it's that accurate interbar. Now, one thing I didn't see in the video thing that I watched about that. For example, I backtest 500 days, right? It takes 9 seconds over here. I have no freaking clue how long it would take Sierra chart to backtest 1 minute bars. There's 223,200 and some 1 minute bars in a 498 day backtest. I don't know how freaking long it would take Sierra chart. You can run it real fast. You don't have to sit and watch it go, but I don't know how long it would take to do that. And I haven't. That's the last I monkeyed with it. Then the week started. That was the end of that. I'll look again, but yeah. First, I was surprised it still had all my stuff saved in there, and secondly, it was that difference in backtesting, and it's of course, using Denali data, and now it is. So I don't know. What I would like to do is not go down any more rabbit holes and be able to just trade those 1 or 2 positive trades a day or a week and be happy. Don't worry. But maybe not. Maybe I'm not that lucky. And I don't even remember, to be honest with you, what all I did have in my Sierra chart setup to. And I've, that's a couple of trading computers ago, so there's no screen snaps or anything left about that. But I'm sure at that point in time, I was probably doing market profile for sure, but not necessarily the volume profile and certainly not heat mappy stuff. Yeah, I figured you probably had the Ultra. That's what I thought. That's the one I was going to demo also, obviously. One thing that I noticed that that software is big on is in the volume profile, the volume stuff, and particularly the footprint charts, which I don't use. I've never been able to get benefit out of them, and some of the people do, but I wasn't able to. I see where the Democrats won the election there in the county or the region where Mar-a-Lago. That was pretty interesting. They seem to be winning a lot of the special elections here. I think I don't pay a lot of attention to that stuff, but kind of see those things pop up from time to time. Well, getting pretty close to your 55 down there. The thing I remember about Sierra chart more than anything else was the support people were just obnoxious. It's like, if you don't like it or you can't figure it out, go do something else. That's the feeling I got. I remember. I'm sure that's, as I said, that's a long time ago, but I do remember that. They weren't exactly. And at that point in time is when I was just getting into IRT, and Chad Payne was the superest, nicest, intelligent, helpful guy they ever bumped into, as I said, would come into that chat room or that WebEx. I guess it was, and every day, and answer questions or help you out with stuff. Or big difference. That's why I eased over into IRT at that point, I think. If I remember back then correctly. Bottom of this micro composite that I have here, based on the sell-off of the 20th, is at the 2300s, or 65.2375 actually. Right here. And that's a low volume node on the big profile. This black profile over here is from June 25th, 2018. And of course, it's not the MES6, it's a continuous contract, but you get the point. I'm sure you understand. The right one, yeah, I just had a freak out there. I wasn't showing the right screen. Yeah, cool. Pete Davies tried to do that with Jigsaw, and that they called it Auction Vista, and it's still a piece of crap. I think he gave up development on the software pretty much when he got involved with when he built Journalytics, because I think that's his cash cow now. But yeah, I was disappointed, because he's got a lot of basically really good under the hood features in Jigsaw, and including multiple accounts, and you never freezes, and multi-threading. But the charting package that he bought from I don't know who was crap, and the Vista that they tried to build in competition with Bookmap never turned out to be anything I thought was worth using. And Bookmap is so user-friendly in terms of being able to scroll back and forth and control things that they wouldn't even close. And Bookmap's still expensive as shit. I just happened to see this because I'm all sensitive about money now, of course. I mean, this is I own this software, and I just got a $140 bill for MBO data. Well, I got to look at that invoice, but I noticed it on my phone last night, and to be honest about it, I forgot about it until right now, but I will. It's like I pay for DT and IQ feed for the backfill. I know that much, but it's like $14. And that that MBO data story. And if you notice my book map, I don't use the heat map much, right? You don't see all the bells and whistles and balls and bullshit, all of that noise going on all the time. And Rod and those guys have figured out a way to, even better than I, which I've asked a couple of times, but nobody's ponied up on exactly how to do it. Just a high volume level bright color, and not all the little nit-nat shit going on around. I'll ask again, but yeah, primarily I just use it for the Execution Pro, that multi-bracket thing. And when I'm back testing to do something like see if this opening range thing is any good, or back testing the initial balance trade to make sure that I'm picking it out properly as far as the signals go, I'll show you what I do, but you'll laugh. I'm pretty sure. There you go. Candlestick chart. 1 minute. But that way, because of the way those rules are written that I was talking about earlier, they're written about close and open and that kind of thing, right? So on that last price floating along, I can't see where that stuff is or figure it out. But this is clear as a bell. Same thing on the on that opening range deal. If it's, you know, it pushes out of the range, okay, that's obvious. It opened in, it closes outside, and then the trigger is it needs to open above the range, wick into the range, and then close back out of the range. Well, I need to have something to see that, and I can't do that on the other. So when I'm replaying or whatever, that's the way I'm looking at it. So, you know, why do I need to heat map? Session prices, that comes from my RT. Funny though. But see, where's open, where's closed? Because that's the problem. And before I get myself in trouble here, I'm shutting that some bitch off. Busy talking to you, and I'll be busy clicking over here and putting an order in I wasn't planning on. There we go. Okay, back to normal now. Stop being. Hey, Panda. Oh, you're so sleepy. Yeah, well, on the only time I use those charts is over here in bar charts. So you're saying 12 range? Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop. Excuse me. Yeah. The thing I discovered last night when I was doing my homework that surprised me, I guess. I was reviewing a trade that had happened yesterday on this setup. And I had commented at the time, actually, that wasn't a real trigger on Bookmap, as far as I could see. So I wanted to get to the bottom of that, and I started monkeying around with the time frames, and big difference that I didn't imagine, coming from a 1 minute and go into a 30-second. The 1 minute chart didn't have the tray that I was talking about. And I don't think I can get there now. I don't think so. Was this yesterday? Yeah, no, it's today. And when I switched it to 30 seconds, it was a 2-target winner. So that's when I started going, wait a minute, something's goofy here. This can't be right, A, and B, maybe I need to really get away from this bar backtest idea to a regular tick by tick idea. Now let's see if it's not showing up, so never mind. I'm not going to be busy breaking everything. Yeah, it was pretty disappointing. Or not disappointing, but definitely eye-opening. Well, wait a minute. If it's just based on a time frame should only filter in or out what data you see, right? But where it's killing me on this story is the open and close rules, criteria that I have on some of the rules. If the close is above here and the low is about there and whatever else, So that kind of puts me back to square one, which is not a place to be. Exactly. I can't find that one yesterday, but you get the point. Wait a minute. I also remember something else here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, here you go. This is yesterday. 30-second chart. Both targets. P1, P2. At 13, say about almost 1400, because don't forget it's 30 seconds. Now, I don't know if it'll jump away or not, but let's do this. Today it's taken one on the 1 minute chart and gone to both targets, and that was not a trigger as far as I saw on Bookmap. Let's get back to the one before, and you see yesterday, no trade. Was that yesterday or today? Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, yesterday, no trade. That put me for a loop. So on a 1 minute bar here, there's a trigger, and it's taken both, IB continuation, and it's taken both targets. Shit, man. This is not something I'm excited about. Well, what did I do there? That didn't work out very well. 30 minutes, I guess. All right. And you see here on the 30-second chart today, no trade. No trade here. Son of a bitch. Really. Oh, man. The joy of trading. Well, it's the 12 o'clock hour. I think I'm going to step away and go run myself through the shower because the cats refuse to play with me here. So it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's 24C right now, right here. Sunny. I used to only, when I was trading Trade of Age way back, I used only range charts. Because their Renko chart didn't have wicks, and I like the wick on a Renko. But the reason for these bar charts is just because of the open, high, low, close thing, and that's part of the way that you gotta program these entry things, you know, and or as I understand it. So. Yeah, well, I was trying to go with follow the conventional wisdom to vet a trade and actually do that and see if it actually works to vet a trade. And I've been pretty exhaustive about it, hundreds of. Well, not hundreds, but, buttload of back tests, the rules and development and live testing, live trading and all that stuff. And it has to happen around, you have to, well, you could do it if you were using some sort of a normal, like for whatever reason you chose 65, 55 as a level. Well, whatever it is that you use as criteria to pick those levels, you could base your stuff on, I guess. And the IBC and the IBF are just based on, whichever way whichever way, A is the initial balance statistic, and then B is, whether it goes to the pullback zone or the continuation zone, and then C, the third rule, is it comes back to the trigger. That was the idea that we talked about. Rod and I. That's how that developed. That's where it is at this day, at this moment. But, I want to figure out how to call these opening swing, mean reversion-y kind of things. And or I've also been looking real hard at these big drastic V reversals. I bumped into, I was looking about who's doing stuff like that. The guy that I mentioned the other day that has that fence thing. He's talking about this V reversal. He calls it a waterfall or whatever else. And the first thing you got to do is when you see it developing is you switch from the 2-minute chart to the 1-minute chart, and then you look for this second bar to close high. You know how fast you'd have to be to switch from a 1-minute to a 2-minute to a 1-minute chart and see this? I mean, this whole son of a bitch took place in less than a minute, I think. Obviously, real easy to do in hindsight. But I think in real time, impossible. For example, that's, the typical rearview mirror wizardry. And it's logically, it makes sense when you say when you say it without thinking about it. But how fast could you switch your chart and make a decision in an entry? I couldn't. But I don't even know how to tell what that is. These are seconds, I think. Yeah. Anyway, you see my point. So I still haven't found anybody that seems to be actually telling the truth with all of their fantastic trading systems that are going to make you millions and retire. I was reading TLab this morning when I put the snap in there. Furs has got himself something going with quads, you know. And was it Chat GPT or Chat AI or whatever? Now he's got something to deal with Claude, where Claude set him up, cooked up a system for him that's got 99 point something % win rate over 177 recent days or something. Sounded pretty cool. Sounded pretty unbelievable, actually. I don't know where a bot like that would have access to the futures data. Maybe they would. I don't know. That would be real. You know, is that RTH or ETH or, there's a lot of questions came zooming through my mind there, but boy, he was all fired up about it, and I hope it works out for him. I think he's a funny guy. I'm sure works hard at trading. Oh, good for him. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Here's the opening range that works magnificently. There's the breakout signal. Here's the trigger, and you would get your entry would be at the close of the trigger bar, and then there you are. So I guess if you wait and look long enough, you'll, but here you got. Okay, there's the breakout, there's the trigger long. Okay, so you did get T1, and then you would get a and the way I have this coded up, the stop, when you achieve T1, the stop trails to entry. And that's what took this out here, and then no signal until here. And this whole trade is real simple. Bar opens in range, closes out of range. Initial balance rate, 5 minutes. Trigger, bar opens out of range, wicks back into the range, closes out of range. Trigger, that simple. And it, tests out. Not super, but it's not a complete skunk. So I'm still poking around, trying to see if anybody's actually telling the truth. I have faith in humanity. I assume somebody out there is. Maybe not. Never know. I would think that if you had a system like that really honestly worked, that you would have so many subscribers and so many benefits of all the other stuff that these people are obviously trying to get. Like, I think most of them make their money on selling stuff or on subscribers and ad rev. Well, I think if you had a good thing that the subscribers would pile in there right, left, and center, and you'd have, I would think, huge community, and everything be coming up roses. I would suppose. Here we have a bar, and a breakout, and a retest. The context is down, I guess. So that would be a short, wouldn't it? Sure, wouldn't it? Where's it open? Right here. For me, though, well, not, anyway. Here's the VPOC. Way below everything. This short would be a breakout. Wouldn't it? Assuming that was that I read this whole thing about the consolidation and the breakout and the retest idea. Yeah, you're exactly right. That's the real thing about that range, or that trade. Exactly, your risk is astronomical. Can be astronomical. Because the risk on that trade, even though we're going to get a breakout down here, looks like we're certainly testing the bottoms. The way the stop works is, irregardless of where your entry is, according to this guy, the stop is about the middle of the range. So say it's a 10-point range, you've got a 5-point stop points, and then you've got however many points to your entry. And like you say, if that's a long bar, you could be looking at 50 points of risk, which doesn't work with the NQ or the ES, that's for sure. With my account, it doesn't work. Maybe it could. Yeah, maybe the range chart would work for that. That's interesting to look at. I did notice something with this old guy that does this. Is Steven, he calls himself. Says he's a market maker 30 years ago, and of course, and is an arbitrage expert. Got plenty of followers. I'm sure he's making good money. Good for him. Looks to be about as old as me, or maybe not. But anyway, I noticed that I never have seen on any of his, he doesn't trade live that I've ever seen. It's only videos. And he's just, well, here's what I would have done, and here's where my signal, and I took this trade. But, it's nothing is ever really traded, that idea. And also, instead of, works great on any instrument, futures, NQ, all this, but he's always on the Qs, which is considerably less. Now, I don't know if I could even trade the Qs without looking at the, I'd have to go to AMP and see what the hell's going on there. But he's talking about 2 points of risk. Well, on the ES, it's 40 points of risk, or even 10 points of risk is 40 handles, 40 ticks. So that is, yeah, that's that. I hate to be, wearing my stupid on my sleeve, but I don't know do the Qs trade in ticks? They don't. It's only, the Qs are in pennies and stuff, right? Like regular stock. I'm sorry to be so stupid, but I guess I should look it up before I shoot my mouth. I didn't even think about that before. Right now, is it ticks or points or what? But I think one video he did was that he was doing, showing off something he was doing. was the NQ. MNQ, I believe. But most of the time I've noticed it's Qs. Here comes your 5,500 from the looks of things. Yeah, I know the NQ trades in ticks. I'm talking about the Qs. You know, the triple Q instrument. Different thing, different animal. I actually got funded with Top Step just before we moved over here, and I was just only trading NASDAQ. Charming the snake. Not using any of these principles, just trading discretion, you know, using discretion trading. Maybe I should have stuck with it. Yeah, it's a stock. Oh. Well, there you go, out the bottom. Now are we gonna be glad we got them? Here comes your 55. Here we are. They're thinking about bottoming here. Looks to me like it, but certainly don't take that as advice. Is your trigger price or chart pattern or something like that, or whatever? None of my business, obviously, but the real pile of liquidity I've got laying down here is at 309 at 55, 65.50. Which I'm sure you can see. You can see on my thing, if nothing else, down here. 315 contracts laying there. Been there a while too. Been there like all day. Well, we'll see what they do when they get down here. They're up to 327 now. Yeah, okay. Thanks. Yeah, I hadn't put those standard deviation bands back on here. This is one standard deviation and two standard deviations away from the UAP. Got a ledge here too now. And this low volume area here where it just went ripping through there. Right, fingers crossed. Good luck. I'm being summoned by the boss here. I'm gonna step away for a few. going the wrong damn way here. Oops. I'm going to step away here for a little bit and put those drops in my eyes. I'll be back in a flash. Remember, we're in the 12 to 1 period, which is that 12 to 1 statistic that says, essentially, if we make a new higher low during the 12 to 1 period, Central Standard Time, there's a 90+% probability that we will extend that high or low in the direction that it was made after 1 o'clock, from 1 till the close. Probably didn't say that very well, but you get the point. All right, here we are. Wow. Down to the 35s, huh? Oof. Guess I should have hung around for that. Hey, how you doing, Anton? Me too. I just got back here. I was doing something else. Problem I have with those damn eye drops is they're supposed to do it in a cool, dark room laying down right. You can imagine what happens next. Interrupted by snoring. Yeah, when there's low liquidity, it's real easy for them to shove stuff around. Absolutely. I've also thought about, besides other instruments, I've thought about the overnight or the ETH too, because typically there's not a lot of the random risk band, forming. That's another idea. We got to come up with something solid and quick here. We're coming up to that low at 23.75. Watch what happens then. I think I'm going to make the usual thing I do at 2 o'clock is go through the theory about how I approach the market and back testing. I think this weekend I'm going to try to make a video of that so that it could be a reference, easily accessed reference, rather than take up the hour repeating the same thing every day. I think that might make more sense. He was trading weekly options, and he was trading them one direction. He said his big thing was never sell premium. He traded them just like directionally, like we trade what we're trading now. And they were weekly, if I remember correctly, not 0 day or anything. And that was, like I said, that was a long time ago. That was probably about 10 years ago. But yeah, he was just trading them instead of futures. Now, whether he was really telling the truth about that or not, or, his actual strategy, I don't know. But he did, Julia was the woman that was hooked up with him then. I don't think she still is. I think he lives in Taos maybe, or New Mexico or somewhere, and he would Windows Blue, I think he calls, is the name of the platform he uses. And at that point in time, he had no use for volume profile. He thought market profile was the only thing to do. I think he's come around a little bit to volume profile now, but at that time he didn't have any use for it. And he also said that if you traded anything smaller time frame than 5 minutes, or that if you used DOM or footprint charts or any of that stuff, it was useless and it only contributed to cognitive dissonance. I remember that so well. So there you go. That's what I remember. And his statement that he was trading in his trading hat for his fishing hat for 6 months and then right back at it again. And he's written, I think, a book or two since then. Even I don't know, but I know he still gives intensive because I still get emails from him sometimes. You know, about this is coming up and live Jim Dalton. He'll do a thing before an intensive where he does several live deals, you know, where he'll, like webinars are now, I don't know whether they use Discord now or what they do, but it used to be, you know, webinar, and then it was, I suppose, Zoom, and now I don't know what he does, but when he'll talk about stuff and give theories and this and that, and the idea is to sign you up for this intensive where he would send out a, you know, he does his pre-market thing, and he would send that out on Mondays, and then you go through the market, and it was a couple hours, I think, every day in the mornings, if I remember correctly, for a week or so. It wasn't very long. And that was the format then. I have no idea now. Well, I'm not going to get short in the hole, and I'm sure not going to go long down here, so I guess what I'm going to do is watch. This was a classic, and since I knew exactly to get short right up here at the high of the day, I did that. Yeah, I've never traded an option. I barely know. They scare me, frankly, because I don't know enough about it at all. I don't like undefined risk. I don't like the sound of that. And your maximum upside, you know, like Sawzall. I was just listening to Lucky Dog while I was laying there, actually. Saw Tom and Scott. What's her name was gone somewhere, or sick, I guess. And you know, they sell 45 days and close them out on 21 days. That's the typical thing. And there's say you've got a maximum profit of, you know, $500, and they'll maybe get around 50%. They'll take that profit, but you have unlimited risk. I don't know. That just scares me, you know, to be honest about it. Because I just don't know enough about it. I don't understand it. Tom Sosnoff and Scott Sheridan. Dalton never, the opinion, or at least the impression I got was that he, for whatever reason, he used the short expiration options weekly, I think is what it was at that day. I think it was before there was 0-day options, to be honest with you. I think weekly was the shortest then, in place of trading futures. And I was never really sure I understood exactly why that was, why he did that, unless it was maybe to maximize his capital. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure you know better than I am. Frankly. That's true. Yeah, you have a limited risk of in that the most you can lose is what you paid. Right. Exactly. Yeah, nuances. He's that's one of his big words. Nuances and cognitive dissonance. That's another one of his favorites. But he's, I'm sure, still absolutely focused on the market profile and all of the old market profileisms, you know, with I wish the hell I could remember that or find those paperwork I had from JP. It had all the, you know, the entry types and the trade types and all of that stuff, and I had them all printed out. It was all paper. I had them taped all over my wall in KL at one point. That's when I did that, both of those, back in the days when we were in KL. So a long time ago. I don't know how that weekly, expiration worked, but I guess theta and all that stuff worked just the same. You had those things to worry about too, the Greeks, right? I don't know. Well, this sucks. This new lucky dog thing is, as Tom and Scott's got going, is they're coming out with, you know, their new platform is being announced like next week or something. You can get on the wait list, and fantastic, super new technology and a bunch of stuff. The closest I ever came to their stuff was when I had I have a Schwab account somewhere. Think or swim. But you know, this was long after they were gone. Right. Have a good one. Hope everything turned out good. Well, 15 seconds. Will we have any market on close? Market on close today. Boop, there we go. Nothing. Which is not unexpected. But let's see what we get on financial reviews. Whoa, nothing. It's a nothing burger today. Look here. 87 million sell side, 55 million buy side NAVs, 321 million Dow, 186 million buy side Mag 7. Basically nothing compared to what we've been looking at. Last week was what, 7 billion? So we'll see what I guess they're positioned for whatever they think is going to happen next. And my prediction is that they're going to be putting boots on the ground. That's what I think. Maybe not. He's giving remarks at Greek Independence Day. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe this won't be an open mic-a-thon like normal. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think there's anything to worry about, particularly here now. I can imagine Greek Independence Day celebration. Who knows? I am not gonna. I'll take the stream down as normal here at the top of the hour. Hope you had a great day. Thanks for coming by. I really appreciate it. Like and subscribe. That's super helpful. Put something in the chat. The feedback is great. Every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Time. I was thinking it was going to be a press conference or something here with Trump so that I was gonna keep the stream live for it, but I don't really think that's necessary, and it's selling off and hasn't continued to come back. So there you go. Have a great night. Remember that you're the most critical tool you have in your trading off. You need to make sure you're well rested and hydrated and not on emotional tilt, and stay healthy and exercise. Your eyes take in all the data from all these computers and screens and monitors and wonderful software that we have. Your brain processes that data, and you use that to make financial decisions for your family. You are the most critical tool in the loop. Or if you want to look at it the other way, you're the weakest link in the chain. You break, so does the chain. There you go. See you tomorrow at 0800. Be there, be square.